10 minutes. 10 minutes à présent, avant de se retrouver sur la première manche de ce qui sera la finale par équipe des championnats d'Europe Ponies édition 2023. Dans 10 minutes, œuvreront en piste quelques 53 coupes Ponies cavaliers pour défendre leurs couleurs, pour défendre leur drapeau, pour défendre leur camp. La piste est à présent fermée à la reconnaissance pour cette première manche de la finale par équipe du championnat d'Europe Ponies édition 2023. The course is closed just 8 minutes before the first rider. Le fonds étron, qui a depuis plus de 10 ans d'activité, qui a contribué au développement de la filière cheval. Le Conseil régional des Pays de la Loire nous accompagne également en tant que région en charge de la culture, du tourisme et de l'éducation. Le Conseil départemental de la Sarthe, l'institution élue pour gouverner et améliorer la vie des habitants de ce département des Pays de la Loire. Le Mans en course, la nouvelle marque de communication de la ville du Mans qui vise à faire évoluer le tourisme et la communication dans cette ville. La Fédération française d'équitation, l'organisme national qui régit et développe la pratique de l'équitation en France, porte d'une longue histoire qui encourage la passion pour les chevaux, mais aussi favorise leur bien-être. Ces institutions sont partenaires de cette édition 2023 des championnats d'Europe Ponies, ici au pôle européen du cheval. Bienvenue à tous pour cette épreuve qui va se courir en 2 manches. 53 repartent sur la première manche de cette épreuve. Un dessin signé Quentin Pernet, Jean-Pierre Menot, long de 450 mètres, 78 secondes pour le temps accordé sur cette première histoire. Ce premier scénario proposé donc par Quentin Pernet, tête de piste français. On partira sur un octet en numéro 1. Cette foulée, très exactement 20.
A very good morning. I'm Nick Wood and a very warm welcome to Le Mans in the northwest of France for the FEI European Championships for Ponies 2023 and the second day of show jumping competition. We're here at the magnificent Boulerie Jump Pôle Européen du Cheval, a renowned equestrian facility hosting numerous key international dressage events and national dressage events throughout the year. But over these week here at Le Mans, Boulerie Jump playing host to show jumping, eventing and dressage here at the Pony European Championships. Well, today for the show jumping championships we concentrate on the team final. But before we do, just a word about the individual classifications after the first qualifying show jumping competition yesterday, which was run under table A3, 1 round against the clock, and there were 24 clear rounds. So that individual standing, those individual table of results will become a little clearer at the end of today's team classifications, because the 2 rounds that each of our competitors jump will count towards that classification. So that will become a little clearer after today's team event as we look forwards to the team final on Sunday afternoon here at Le Mans. So it is all about the team final, the team championship here at the Pony Europeans this morning. And after that first qualifying competition yesterday morning, we had 4 nations who had a score of 0, no jumping penalties, and those nations were Ireland, Sweden, Netherlands and Belgium. Then on 4 faults, Denmark, Great Britain and Germany. France on 8 faults, Italy on 20 faults, and Switzerland and Norway on 60. Well, it is the best 3 scores for our teams that count towards the team score, so the best 3 scores. And of the 15 nations being represented here at the Pony Europeans for these show jumping championships, 11 nations take their place in the team competition with at least 3 pony and rider combinations or more, and in fact those who have more than 3 have 5. So the teams who have either 3 or 5 competitors taking place in the team competitions, and 11 nations doing just that. But we're also delighted that Finland with 1 representative, Hungary with 2, Monaco with 1 and Poland with 1 continue to be represented here in the team final this morning, because those rounds will count towards that final for the individual standings on Sunday. So absolutely brilliant that all 54 athletes who took their place in that first qualifying competition yesterday morning are here with us on the second day of show jumping competition. So today's team final, 2 rounds for each of our 54 athletes and their ponies to compete over under table A. So 2 separate rounds, and there will be a slight change in the second of the rounds from the first round from our course designers Quentin Pernet and Jean-Pierre Menot. There will be 12 number jumping fences, 15 jumping efforts for that first round, with the treble at 5 and the double at number 10. There's also a water jump in there at 7 and a big oxer moving ascending oxer at 7, moving on towards a big double. So that will be really interesting. And then for the second round, it will be the same in terms of jumping efforts, 15 jumping efforts, 12 number jumping fences. But this time, the competitors will miss the water, and this time there will be a new oxer at 7, and there will be a different and a new upright at 8. But basically the course will be the same for the 2 single jumping rounds here for the team show jumping final. But as I say, the water will be missed out for the second of the rounds, with a new oxer at 7 and a new and different upright at 8. And then if we have equality at the end of the 2 rounds for the teams, there will be a jump off for the nations involved, and that will be a jump off over fences 2, 3, 4, 5, a new upright at 14, and a new vertical jumped in the opposite direction at 15, which will have been the old final fence on the course. So there will be 6 numbered fences and 7 jumping efforts for the jump off if we get to that. So much to look forwards to as we welcome forwards our first competitor. It is Elise Foucault and Espoir Durand Peyret for France, for the home nation. Espoir Durand Peyret, the 9-year-old bay stallion, with Elise Foucault in the saddle. Elise with 3 international jumping victories to her credit. So the oxer, then the upright, then through over 180 degrees to the upright at 3, then that water tray underneath the oxer at 4. Started out really well, Elise Foucault and Espoir Durand Peyret. We're jumping beautifully over the treble at 5, then to 6, then that water jump at 7. Well, the stallion giving Elise Foucault a great spin so far around these 12 numbered fences. That's the triple bar I was talking about, and then having to bring the ponies back to the tricky double upright of doubles. And with that final fence to finish, what a way to get us underway. It is our home nation who does just that. It is Elise Foucault aboard the 9-year-old Espoir Durand Peyret. Lovely round. 4 faults in total for France at the 8 faults in fact for France at the end of the yesterday's competition. That 1 round yesterday, but what a fabulous start for France, who were second last year at Stregholm in the team standings at the Pony Europeans. Well, now to the first representative for the defending European Pony Championships, defending European Pony Champions. It is Kiandor aboard Sparkling Lacamore Joey. Well, 8 international show jumping wins for Kiandor. Now to that treble. Our second competitor in this morning, also having a great round so far, and beautifully over that final fence, that oxer off the corner at 12. So no jumping penalties for Sparkling Lacamore Joey and Kiandor. Well, Ireland, one of the 4 nations after yesterday's competition, with a clean sheet, no penalties to add. And Kiandor continuing that great run of form for Ireland, the defending team champions. Well, now for Poland, our representative for the Polish nation, Będzie Luna aboard Jagonda Kieżnowska aboard Będzie Luna. Two strides between the first two elements of that treble, then one stride to the third, and those forward strides to the upright with the plank on top at 6. It's popping neatly over the water. Quite a sudden stop there for Będzie Luna in front of the second of the double jumping effort fences, the double of uprights, the verticals. Well, they are home. Well, with their score yesterday, that gives them a score over the 2 rounds so far of 73 for Jagonda Kieżnowska and Będzie Luna. But importantly, after that stop, they got back into a rhythm and completed. So well done to our combination for Poland. Well, it is the turn of Ireland once again, and it is the turn of Lady Crown, brought forward and ridden by Emily Maloney. Well, they bring forwards 4 faults from their first round yesterday in the first qualifying competition. And put them in 25th individually. Was of course against the clock yesterday, but it is just the faults that count for this team from yesterday that count towards this team final today. Putting 6 in there in between the final element of the treble and the upright. Certainly saw the stride of the water. Lady Crown really wanting to move forwards to the last fence jumps, as we see so many of our ponies doing beautifully over the ascending triple bar. And came back fabulously for the upright. The double of uprights. And over the final fence. It is a fairly tight turn off the corner towards that final fence, the Oxer. So they remain on 4 faults. The second combination forwards for Ireland, Emily Maloney and Lady Crown. 2 international victories to her name, Emily Maloney, with a clear in the first of the 2 rounds for these FEI European Pony Championship team finals. Well, now the combination who were third yesterday in the first qualifying competition. They were clear yesterday with a time of 69.78. 3 combinations to go clear and go below the 70-second mark. Len Hammerstrom aboard Ocean des Arts. Top 20 last year at the Europeans in Strugholm. Strugholm hosting the Pony Europeans last year and in 2021. Terrific. Over 5 and 6. No problem at all either at the water. A huge jumper that. Vertical. For that turn towards the triple bar. Got a little bit tight into the second element of that double, but came out so well, moving forward so well that it was certainly a short stride for this combination between the 2 elements of the double. What a round though. Great clear for Ellen Hammerstrom and Ocean des Arts. They certainly continue the form that they had yesterday in that first competition. Fabulous first round for the Swedish team. So Sweden, who had no penalties from yesterday, continue in that way. Well, a reminder that it is the top 3 scores that count towards the team, individual teams, and the team classification. Therefore, each nation needing at least 3 pony and rider combinations to put forward a team. Now for the Netherlands, Eva Eden van Grunsen with Special Lady. Well, 21 years old, the mare, Special Lady, just showing, as I was mentioning yesterday, how these ponies continue to adore their jobs. Adore what they're doing. They wouldn't want to be doing anything else. They look so immaculate. They really look as though they are youngsters, jumping and performing as enthusiastically and as well as ever. Special Lady towards the triple bar. Yeah, clever there. So close into that first element of the double, but no problem popping over and then reaching for the second vertical. Now off the corner to the final fence at 12. Over they go. Well, unfortunately, just pulling the front roll off. What a shame. So 4 faults it is for Eva Eden van Grunsen and Special Lady for the Netherlands. Clear yesterday. That final fence going in the first round of this team championship to give them 4 faults overall. Well, now the first combination for the Great Britain, and it is Harriet Hodge aboard Mark Hodges' Little Charlie, the former event pony Little Charlie, with Harriet Hodge in the saddle. Harriet, who's trained by Joe Whittaker, and this a combination who won the Pony Grand Prix at the De Volden Youth Festival in Zuidwolde, the Netherlands, earlier this summer. What a victory that was for this British combination. Well, a pony who, unfortunately, coming to a halt in front of that oxer off the corner. Well, we didn't quite expect that. It's a combination who've been on magnificent form as I say, with that Grand Prix win earlier in the summer. So the bell went, as you heard, and that means that the arena party will rebuild the fence. The bell will go again when our jury are happy for Harriet Hodge and little Charlie to start once again. Our ground jury for the show jumping, president of the ground jury, Anna Ligvis for Sweden, accompanied by Camille Ménard for France, Didier Gund for France, Thomas Demerez for France, and for Belgium, Michel Mathieu. Technical delegate, Isabel Fernandez de Canete for Spain. So moving forwards to canter, Harriet Hodge and little Charlie in preparation for the bell to go. Well, jumping the treble at 5 and that upright at 6 absolutely perfectly now. And well done to this combination. Well, we never know what quite catches the eye of our horses or ponies. And very fluently over the double of uprights. Absolutely in the middle of that, Oxer at 11. Now off the corner. So the subsequent Oxer at 12, the final fence, over they go. Well, round of applause for all, from everybody around the arena for Harriet Hodge and little Charlie. So a total of 8 faults from the 2 rounds. 4 faults, of course, it is for a refusal or a run out, as it is for a roll pole. Fence coming down, in other words. Well, now the first of the combinations for Italy. And this is Ludovica Camerlengo aboard Orchids and Lucia. Well, Ludovica Camerlengo has 1 jumping international victory and also has 6 international dressage victories. Obviously a very talented and versatile rider, Ludovicio. And there's a combination who competed at the Pony Europeans at Stregholm last year and in 2021. And it really is so good to see Italy doing so well, both in pure show jumping and of course in eventing as well at the different levels, including at the senior level. Italy, who have produced some phenomenal riders over the years, particularly in show jumping. Well, this is a very stylish and professional round from the Italian duo. Yeah, I just wondered if a pole came down there. It did. I was just waiting for it to finish. It was just came out of sight. The pony just pulling a pole off with its hind legs. So 8 it is. 8 it is. A very unfortunate roll pole there. 8 it is for the 2 rounds. For Ludovica Camerlengo and Orchids and Lucia. Well, now the first of the German pony and rider combinations to come forwards. This is Carlotta Merschformann with Black Pearl SHRNW. And a combination who were just outside the top 15 last year in Stregholm. They come forward with a 0 score from yesterday's first qualifying competition. Well, unfortunately, the front rail of that blue and white oxer going just tapped it rolled off. No problem at that oxer. Lovely forward flowing strides to the upright at 6 with that white plank on top. And certainly saw this stride there at the water. And just being asked to come back for that upright. Quentin Pernet and Jean-Pierre Menot setting as they did yesterday. Highly encouraging, educational track with just the right amount of challenge. The water, for example, and then having to come back to that upright and off the corner to that oxer to finish. So we'll just wait for that official 4 faults to come before us. It has. So 4 faults it is for Carlotta Merschformann and Black Pearl SHNRW. First of the German combinations to come before our grand jury. Well, now the turn of Switzerland and the turn of Laura André and Clementine. The 11-year-old mare by Mozart de Benny. Laura André riding Laurence André's Clementine for Switzerland. Well, just you could just see a couple of strides before then. Some hesitation from Clementine. Switzerland with 3 representatives. So all 3 scores counting towards the team score for Switzerland. Well, again, just not quite having the rhythm towards that oxer, that big blue and white oxer. So unfortunately it is elimination in this round for Laura André and Clementine, just to confirm 2 refusals, 2 run-outs anywhere on the course, whether it's at the same fence or at different fences, does denote elimination. Many years ago, of course, it was 3. Now it is 2, and it has been that for some years. Well, now bringing forwards for Denmark, 4 faults from the first round. Laura Sargent aboard Foxtown Elderberry. Well, no problem with that blue and white oxer for this combination of Laura Sargent and Foxtown Elderberry. Well, a huge amount of experience at the international level. As this combination see forward strides to that upright at 6 In fact, 11 international wins for Laura Sargent from 100 international starts. Got close into that upright, but clever and genuine Foxdown Elderberry. They really are quite wonderful, these ponies. Unfortunately, the second element of the double going down. So a total of 16 faults. Total of 16 faults now for Denmark. Laura Sargent and Foxdown Elderberry. Well, now the second of our combinations from our host nation, as Reten Oran comes forward with Champagne Darcus. France with a total of 8 faults at the end of that first round. 4 faults for this combination in the first competition yesterday, as they take that rustic down at the fence before that. Big blue and white oxer. Now off the corner to another oxer, which on the whole has jumped terrifically well, as has the subsequent 2 fences in that treble, the 2 uprights. Our ponies so far seeing excellent striding between the 3 elements of the treble. Well, running on after the water to that upright, but no problem at all for Champagne Darcus. Well, those triple bars always so inviting, and our ponies jumping them really efficiently and with ease, but the challenge is bringing the ponies back to make sure they sit back ready to make the shape over the 2 vertical of doubles, which Champagne Darcus does, and also does over that final fence. So total of 8 faults for Reten Oran and Champagne Darcus in this championship. Well, now we move back to Ireland once again, and the third of our Irish competitors. This is Abby Oakey aboard Bouteille de Saint-Hermel. 12-year-old Self-Français mare by Norman Perret-Noir. Five strides it was for Bouteille de Saint-Hermel, but whether 6 or 5, jumping absolutely beautifully, as so many of our ponies have, over the treble and then that subsequent upright. Five strides also between the triple bar and the double. Great round. Ireland looking so strong again yesterday, and very much a championship round from Abby Oakey and Bouteille Saint-Hermel, who continue to have a clean sheet after the 2 rounds here in Le Mans. Well, now to Hungary, and it is the first of our 2 riders and the first of our Kubica siblings. This is Sarult Kubica aboard EV4 Saison. 9-year-old mare by Copain Vin de Broye, owned by Scuduri SA. Well, all these ponies, as we once again see a super passage over that treble, the 3 elements of the treble, all these ponies, whether they were clear yesterday or had faults, will have benefited from their round in this electric arena. Wonderful atmosphere here at Le Mans yesterday morning. Once again, unfortunately, the top rail of the second element of that double just being tipped forwards and out of its cuts. And over the last to finish. So we'll just wait for the 2-round score. It is 16 faults. 16 faults for Sarult Kubica and EV4 Saison to carry forwards to their second round a little later here in this team championship for the FEI European Championship for Ponies show jumping final. Sweden once again, as we see before us in the arena, Nika Sundström and MSH Riot. Well, this is a combination who were 5th yesterday in the first qualifying competition. Was of course against the clock, and as we can see, MSH Riot once again eager to move forwards. Sparkled against the clock yesterday, MSH Riot. Well, perhaps just running on a little into the Oxer, pushing the front pole of the blue and white Oxer out of its cuts. No problems whatsoever though at the treble. Super riding there from Nika Sundström, just asking MSH Riot to wait, sit back a little, keep those hind quarters underneath him to take the upright after the treble. Did just that. Clever also over that, over the 2 uprights at the double. Now once again, just flicking the front pole out of an Oxer. This time at the penultimate fence. Well, looking strong at the end of the 12 numbered fences, Nika Sundström and MSH Riot. So it is 8 in total. It is 8 from this round and 8 in total for Nika Sundström and MSH Riot. They were clear yesterday. Couple of rail poles today in the final of this team competition. Italy once again, and Nicole Biffy aboard Alto de Funard. 13-year-old bay stallion by Gemodor de Flory out of Cure de la Rive. Well, one of a number of stallions, pony stallions, in these Pony European Championships here at Le Mans. Well, out of sight, have we come to a standstill? Well, whatever's happening, we didn't see them close up to the fence. They didn't appear to stop directly in front of the fence, close up to the fence. Yeah, possibly we've got resistance off the corner there. As I say, difficult to just call as the pony was out of sight, but it has resulted in 2 refusals and therefore unfortunate elimination for Nicole Biffy and Alto de Furnal. Well, now a member of the Dutch team at Stockholm last year, Jerzy Kuipers aboard La Valletta. 5 ponies and 5 athletes making up the Dutch team. Just a reminder, of course, that the best 3 scores count for the team. And it was 4 nations, Ireland, Sweden, Netherlands and Belgium, who had a clean sheet from the best 3 scores at the end of yesterday's first show jumping competition, the first qualifying competition. And those scores going towards the team competition and, of course, the individual classification. There were 24 clear rounds yesterday, and that individual situation will, of course, become a little clearer at the end of this team competition, when we will then look forwards to the individual final on Sunday afternoon. But it's all about the teams this morning. And if you have just joined us, a very warm welcome to Clip My Horse TV. I'm Nick Wood. I'm delighted to be bringing you all the championship show jumping action from Le Mans and the FEI European Championships for Ponies 2023. As La Valletta, ridden by Jerzy Kuipers for the Netherlands, continues her way. Well, a little strong into that upright at 6 and just clipping the top, which was the plank. And then being asked to accelerate over that water, then having to come back for this upright, which they managed to do. Good riding from Jerzy, having to really sit up and keep La Valletta between hand and leg to ensure they did successfully negotiate that upright, as they have just negotiated the 2 verticals in that final double jumping effort fence. Well, both horse and rider look absolutely fine. Maybe a miscommunication there. Once again, Jerzy just trying to keep the pony from running on too much, and just perhaps not seeing the stride La Valletta going through it, but they did technically pass over the fence. So it is 16 faults in total for the 2 rounds for the combination of Jerzy Kuipers and La Valletta. Well, the host nation once again, as we welcome forward another stallion, this time the NRPRS stallion, 11 years old, Caspers Ronaldo, owned by SCEA Avalanche Delire and ridden by Lana Messina. or 4 faults it is, they bring forwards from their round yesterday. They hear the bell and turn right. Yesterday's first competition saw our pony and rider combinations travel left for the first several fences, this time travelling right. Well, super crowd, super gathering of spectators for this team championship. Allez! And that certainly is what Casper Ronaldo does. Wonderful encouragement from our French rider, Lana Messina. A partnership, a harmony between our horse and riders, horse and ponies and riders, absolutely vital. The trust and the confidence between the two, and we really saw that as Casper Ronaldo, who needed that little bit of encouragement off the corner because of the striding that was evolving, responded beautifully to Lisa Manisa, to the French rider Lana Messina, who with Casper Ronaldo has a total of 8 faults from the first 2 rounds. Well, now to the next of our British riders. The British team, 4th just off the medal podium at Stregholm last year. Georgia Cooper Hall aboard Saxton Freedom. Well, this a combination who were on the podium at the Bicton Pony Premier Show a little earlier in the summer. So in good form coming here to these European Championships in the northwest of France. So a refusal for Saxton Freedom and Georgia Cooper Hall. Georgia just asking Saxton Freedom to move forwards to that upright, but not really wanting to take the fence. So the bell going, the fence has been rebuilt. No problem for the second, or when asked for the second time. So well done to Georgia and to Saxton Freedom. Let's hope they continue to regain the rhythm. Big jump over the oxer in the treble and beautifully over the upright, and the third element of the treble, the oxer, and neatly over the fence after that. Number 6, the upright, seamlessly over the water. Just pushing the front pole of that oxer out, the penultimate fence. Well, really well done to Georgia Cooper Hall and Saxton Freedom. We've seen that on, well, a number of occasions really over the last couple of days when there's been a stop, but the understanding between pony and rider re-established, and the riders in such a mature way and able to get the ponies back into a rhythm, and that doesn't always happen, and so really well done this time to Georgia Cooper Hall aboard Saxton Freedom for Great Britain. And we're with Belgium once again. As the sun starts to shine, we can see the shadows of the ponies on the surface of this main arena here at Le Mans. So over number 6 they go, Emile Duchesne and Orchid S. Rolando. Just running on a bit to the first element of that double, the first of the uprights. Just flattened into it. So a running championship score of 12 faults for the 3-row poles over the 2 rounds so far for Emile Duchesne and Orchid S. Rolando for Belgium. So, as the chestnut gelding leaves the arena under the guidance of Emile Duchesne, we welcome forwards for Great Britain Madison Seedhouse aboard Vaughan de Vusit. 4 faults from the first round yesterday in the first qualifying competition. 14-year-old grey gelding by Dexter Limpondi, owned by Florence Sozuski. Neatly over the first and to the second. Over they go. Well, there's a combination who are second in the Pony Grand Prix at the De Volden Youth Festival at the Netherlands. It was a British 1-2. Harriet Hodge on top of the podium, Madison Seedhouse in second. And that was for Madison Seedhouse after winning the Lamprechthuizen Grand Prix in Austria. So fabulous form this summer for this combination. Unfortunately, that plank being dislodged from the top of the upright at 6. No problem at all at the triple bar, and needing the encouragement to come out of the bottom of the first element of that double. Great riding and such a genuine pony, Vaughan de Vusit. Now to the final fence. Well done to both horse and rider. 8 faults it is. 8 it is for the 2 rounds for Madison Seedhouse and Vaughan de Vusit for Great Britain. Well, now representative for Finland. This is Veera Salminen aboard Nero van de Buchtal. Well, they were one of our 24 clear rounds yesterday. That single round table A3 competition, the first qualifying competition against the clock. Yeah, I just haven't got the rhythm or the straightness, unfortunately, going in towards that Oxa. We've seen several problems at that fence. There are, of course, always 1 or 2 fences that cause more problems than others, but certainly saw with the forward flowing stride on that occasion when asked for the second time. perfectly over the treble, and neatly done over 6 as well. Asked for a long stride at the water, front foot in though. Another to get close into the first vertical, the first part of the double, but these ponies so clever at popping out. So for Finland, Vera Salminen and Nero van de Buxtal have a total of 24. Those roll poles, the roll pole and the refusal today, 24 it is in total. And of course time faults to add as well. Well, now Belgium once again. This is Martha Louise Dieu aboard Zorowski. Belgium with 5 pony and rider combinations. So a full complement. Couldn't have jumped that treble any better. Neatly over 6 as well. Nine-year-old bay mare by Annie de Laurent, by a vision mare, out of a vision mare. Well, another to get close in to the first element of that double. This time this pony not quite being able to climb over the top without taking the top rail off, and also the final fence going as well, the front rail of the final ox of the final fence at 12. So 16 it is, 16 in total for Martha Louise Dieu aboard Zorowski for Belgium. Well, now for Italy, bringing forwards 12 faults from that first round. Lorenzo Privatera aboard Calix de Visite. Another of our stallions to come forward, this one by Poetic Justice. 11-year-old, owned by Provitera SRL and ridden by Lorenzo Privatera. Yeah, perhaps looking for the 5 strides there, just having to come back to make sure it wasn't asking for too long a stride, so 6 it was. Floating over the water. Certainly saw the stride there as well. Well, a combination who certainly didn't hang around in that first qualifying competition yesterday against the clock. Not hanging around today either. Yeah, just maybe a little too quick, maybe a little flat into the first element of that double. And again, just a scuttle to put a short stride in, very clever by the pony, Calix de Visite, at the penultimate fence, the oxer. And also, and really then having to stretch for the final oxer, and in doing so, just pulling the back part of that oxer off with his back legs, Calix de Visite.
Legends of Leadership are concurred with 8 points qualified physics, including
So 20 in total, 20 total so far for the 2 rounds jumped for Lorenzo Privatiro for Italy and Calice de Vusit. Norway now, and Josephine Marie Hawkland with Schuntervangs, Colorado. Well, if you can hear me, unfortunately our screen has decided to freeze. Now we're back again. Well, again, that influential blue and white oxer causing just enough of a challenge. Front row pulling off, just rolling off there for Schundervangs, Colorado. Well, once again, if you can hear me, I'm afraid I am unable to see the action in front of me. Well, there we are, 51 it is, 51 total for Josephine Marie Hawkland and Schundervangs, Colorado. Three athletes, 3 ponies, making up the team for Norway. Well, now the second of our Hungarian riders and the second of the Gubicka siblings to come forward. This time Dorothea Gubicka aboard VIP des Demoiselles. Well, absolutely terrific, as I was calling earlier, that 15 nations are being represented here in these show jumping championships at Le Mans for the 2023 FEI European Championships for ponies. Well, we can see the situation as it is for the second of our Hungarian riders, Dorothea Gubicka, experiencing a lot of resistance from her pony, out of sight just at the moment.
Well, really so sorry for the riders Dorothea Gubicka VIP to the demoiselles qui semble pas vouloir jouer le jeu ici.
Well, actually retiring, Gubicka, Dorothea Gubicka and the VIP des Demoiselles. So well done for perseverance. Round of applause, quite rightly, from our very appreciative crowd. Collective spectators around the arena here at Le Mans. So, as Dorothea Gubicka and VIP des Demoiselles had a trot round the arena just to get some confidence and forwardness into the pony. we are about to take our first break. Be back with you shortly. We'll take a breather and see how we stand now after we are halfway through the first of the 2 rounds for this team championship here on the second day of show jumping at the FEI European Championship for Ponies 2023. Well, a very warm welcome back to Le Mans in the northwest of France for the show jumping final here at the 2023 FEI European Championships for ponies. And if you're joining us for the first time this morning, a very, very warm welcome. This is Nick Wood, and we're looking forwards to the second half of the two rounds, the first of the two rounds of these show jumping team finals. So after the first half of the field went, the first half of the field of 54 athletes and ponies went over this 12 numbered fence track. Technically, it is Ireland and Sweden who continue to lead the way, with having two combinations each having run in this second round. Then Netherlands in the third place on 4 faults. Germany also in third, but having only had one combination forwards in this second in the first round of this second competition, this team competition. Great Britain then in 5th place with 2 having gone. 5th also France with 2 having gone. Belgium, 2 competitors having completed their round this morning, the first of the 2 rounds this morning. Then Denmark, 1 having completed. Italy, 2 having completed. Norway in 10th place, and then Switzerland. But we won't really know how this is evolving until we complete the first of the rounds. There will of course be a second round for our 54 athletes to compete over. Ireland, those first 2 forwards, both having gone clear. And then Sweden, they had a clear round and 8 faults this morning, but at the moment that 8 faults is discounted, so technically it's showing that they have a clean sheet yesterday and today at the moment. The Netherlands, 4 faults and 16 faults this morning, therefore it is 4 faults that shows as the team score at the moment. Germany, 4 faults from yesterday, and with the 1 having just gone, 4 faults from today as well, in 3rd place. Great Britain, 8 faults and 4 faults from this morning, and equal in 5th with France, 2 having gone this morning, 4 faults and a clear round, and 8 faults from yesterday. So that is technically how it shows, but until we have completed the first of the rounds this morning, the first of the 2 rounds for this team competition, we won't really be able to see a clearer picture. But what we can confirm is that our next competitor is forwards here into the arena at Le Mans to get us underway for the second half of the first round of this Pony Show Jumping Championship, Team Championship. And for Germany, it is Leonie Panda aboard Indy Mill A. So 12 numbered fences, 15 jumping efforts, with the double and the treble included in this course. Well, 7 strides there for the German combination between the treble and the upright at 6. And then always the challenge after the water, asking our ponies to come back for the upright. And that was done extremely well by Leonie Panda aboard Indy Millet. Well, once again, we see a pony knocking out the top bar of the first element of that double. It's running on and flattening a bit after the wide triple bar over that final fence to finish. So, after the break, the first combination, and it is the first combination for Germany, Leonie Panda and Indy Millet completing, and as they do so, they have just 4 faults from the 2 rounds. The first qualifying competition yesterday and the first round of this, the first of the 2 rounds of this team competition this morning. And the bell going for our Swiss rider, Victoria Shebakov aboard Electra. Electra, owned by Miriam Milani, 13-year-old mare by Ivanhoe. Saw the forward strides, kept the rhythm. Excellent in between and over that final, or over the upright at 6. Yeah, they're into a smart rhythm, this combination for Switzerland. And once again, unfortunately, just rolling the top bar, the top rail of that upright at the double. That's what it's there for. The pony's having to come back after the width of the triple bar and also the front rail of that final fence. The oxer at 12 also going down. Yeah, wonderful mixture and blend from our course designers, Quentin Pernet and Jean-Pierre Minot of France, between challenge and encouragement and education. So that 4 faults to add. In fact, 8 faults it was, of course, to add. Those roll poles, 2 roll poles for our Swiss combination. We're now to Scandinavia once again, and to Denmark. This is Palmer Sophie Gray, Jansen Christensen aboard Ponies des Avelines. Well, this is a combination who were 4th in the first qualifying competition yesterday. Ireland winning that combination, and we'll say Jens Derwin a little later, who was the individual gold medalist in Stregholm last year, and then Denholm, and then Denmark taking the other 4 spots in the top 5 for yesterday's single round competition against the clock. Well, this time it's the second element of that double going, the second of those 2 uprights. Once again, the pony strong. They're all enthusiastic, these ponies, just running on a little to that second element, looking full of running. Ponies des Avelines. Well, 8 it is from the first 2 rounds for Palmer Sophie Gray, Jansen Christensen and Ponies des Avelines. As we move back to our host nation once again. And bringing forwards a championship score of 16 faults after the first round, after the first competition yesterday. Brunfèvre aboard Copper de Laine. Superb over the blue and white octa that has proved a little tricky this morning. Straight as an arrow over that upright at 6. Well, this combination's certainly marching on. What will happen here at the double? Yeah, close in, just couldn't quite get over that top pole at the first element without pushing the pole out of its cups. That's very smart once again at the final fence. Lovely round from Brunfèvre and Copper de Laine for the host nation, for the home team. But a further 4 faults to add to that 16 from yesterday. So 20 penalties it is. 20 penalties for jumping in total for their first 2 rounds for France's Copper de Laine, ridden by and Brunfèvre. Well, Ireland once again. Ireland, who took individual gold and team gold at Stregholm last year in the Pony Europeans. Well, you have to say, based on what we've seen so far this morning and what we're seeing in front of us now, and what we saw in that opening competition yesterday, Ireland once again looking supremely strong. This is Paddy Reep aboard Fernando. Member of the Irish team, of that gold medal winning Irish team last year at Stregholm. Well, really confirming what we've already seen. That was a supreme round of show jumping. No faults over their first 2 rounds for Paddy Reep and Fernando. Well, jumped that like a senior Grand Prix professional. Very impressive so far from the Irish team, as Paddy Reep and Fernando are the next to go clear for Ireland. Well, now the Grey Stallion, South Francais Grey Stallion, d'Arriveur Dimir for Sweden, with Disa Hammerstedt in the saddle, owned by Michelle Wilson. So many of our ponies looking extremely accomplished over all 3 elements of that treble at 5, and then having to come off that corner and extend over the water, extend the frame, but keep the shape over the water. And once again, that double going. We have seen the second element going, but this time once again the front element going, the top bar of the first upright going. No problem all over the penultimate and ultimate oxes for Disa Hammerstedt and Der River Dimier. But it is 12 in total, so it is 12 to go on to the score for Disa Hammerstedt and Der River Dimier, and to add to the Swedish tally. Well, now another member of their respective team last year in Stockholm, this time for the Netherlands. It is Still Got Me, ridden by Bethany Vos. The Dutch team, who were third last year, took that podium spot in Stockholm. Goes into that upright, but like so many of these ponies, just nip out of the bottom of the foot of the jump. Once again, absolutely seamless over the three elements of the treble. Again, another forwards and then just having to come back to put that extra stride in at 6. The stride before just would have been too much. Well, that long stride at the water certainly wasn't too much as they run towards the upright, but managed to, I think, negotiate that successfully. Well, with so many of our ponies, if it isn't the first element of that treble, or that double of rustics, it's the second element. This time it's the second element for the Dutch combination of Bethany Vos and Still Got Me. So a very unfortunate 4 faults at the second element of that double. The second of the double jumping effort fences means that it is 4 faults for the 2 rounds so far that they have jumped. And if you have just joined us, a very warm welcome. Those 2 rounds being the first round that you've just witnessed, the first of the rounds, the first of the 2 rounds for this Pony European Show Jumping Team Championship, and the round yesterday in the first qualifying competition, which was 1 round under table A3 against the clock. Well, now Tilly Bamford once again forwards for Great Britain. Tilly Bamford aboard Lappi Lazuli. Tilly, a member of the, or winner of the 138 prestigious championship at Hoy's, the Horse of the Year show in England. One of the world's leading show jumping competitions for ponies. Well, she certainly saw the stride there, Tilly. Unfortunately, Lappi Lazuli knocking that plank out with his front feet. Well, no problem over that double, a rustic, followed by the rustic. And unfortunately the front rail of the ox are going as well. Well, 12 faults it is. 12 faults it is for Tilly Bamford and Lappi Lazuli for Great Britain. Well, the British team maybe not having the best of mornings. It's still a long way to go. Well, now carrying forwards just those 4 faults from yesterday from that first qualifying competition. Dolboy the second and Renske van Mindendorp for the Netherlands. Dolboy the second, owned by Renske van Mindendorp herself and also Bert van Mindendorp. Bred by Van Hulbeek, 11-year-old. Dolboy the second for the Netherlands. Perfect again over the 3 elements of the double. Well, jumped the upright at 6 as well as anybody this morning. Saw the perfect stride forward, yet not too long. Therefore, the pony able to keep its shape perfectly over the fence. Well, interesting to see the rider come inside the flower arrangement there before negotiating the triple bar. Well, very clever. The pony dropped its hind legs before the top bar of the first element of the double and managed to just snatch its hind legs out of the way in time. Very, very clever. And a great clear round. Huge cheer from the crowd, from all connections and the wider appreciative crowd here at Le Mans. Just 4 faults it is from yesterday's round for Renske van Mindendorp and Dolboy the second. At their combined score for the 2 rounds. And that, of course, will be a great clear for Team Netherlands. The Netherlands, who won, well, one of the 4 teams on a 0 score at the end of yesterday's competition. Team classifications, it was Ireland, Sweden, Netherlands and Belgium who were all on that 0 score. An absolutely wonderful atmosphere here in the arena at Le Mans for this show jumping team championship at the 2023 FEI European Championships for ponies. As for Belgium, we see taking 5 and then that upright at 6 perfectly. Neveo, ridden by Laura Tischkens. Big jump over the triple bar. And then came back perfectly for the double of rustic uprights. And also over number 11 as well, the oxer almost turning in readiness for the final oxer at 12. Perfect stride there also. Wonderful. Well, we've seen 2 quite superb rounds. This time from Laura Tischkens and Neveo of Belgium. But nothing to add to the score from the 0 score yesterday for Laura Tischkens means that they have a clean sheet for their first 2 rounds. Belgium also, of course, on that score of 0 yesterday. Well, now our sole representative for Monaco, as they start their second round of these European Pony Championships. It is Rex Tador, brought forwards by Audrey Venturi. Another of our stallions. Just popping the front pole of that oxer out of its cups. Huge jump over the first element of that treble, and 2 and 3 as well, and the second and third elements as well. Close into 6, but neatly over. Just fighting for his head a little bit there, the grey stallion for Monaco over that upright, but over easily. Close into 11, but no problem. Horse and rider with a great understanding. Oh, what a shame. I was just going to say, this accommodation who've benefited greatly from their round yesterday. 8 it is. Rextador and Audio Ventura, 8 it is for their 2 rounds. So the turn of Italy once again, and the turn of another of our stallions, this time the chestnut stallion, the 14-year-old by Quabar de Monceau. It is Vainqueur de Lalande. Brought forwards by Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo. Yeah, having to circle. And then number 3 going down. Yeah, and Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo feeling obviously that she has to ride her pony forwards, and just causing the pony to knock several poles down, but the Italian rider feeling she has to just keep the pony moving forwards. And well over that final fence. We'll just wait for the confirmation to come up. And it is 46 the total for Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo aboard Vainqueur de Lalande. So as we continue through the second half of this first of the 2 rounds of the show jumping team final here at the Pony European Championships at Le Mans, we welcome forwards Norway's Touchy Subject, ridden by Linea Ovidia Amont Fosnes. 26 their score from the first round yesterday. Just tapping the top rail off the upright at 2. Both the 2 rounds here for the Pony Europeans for the show jumping team final, set at a maximum of 1.30 m. Well, no problem at all at the double, and just wavering a bit, wandering a bit. Touchy Subject going into the penultimate fence. Well ridden by our jockey from Norway, Linea Ovidia Amot Vosnes. 42 in total for their 2 rounds so far. So we stay with Scandinavia, and but we move across the border to Sweden. And it is Verily Bartolsen Northon aboard Vertige de Belleba. Just the one row pole from their round yesterday, putting them just outside the top 10 in 11th place. Verily Bartolsen Northon aboard the Selle Francais gelding, 14 years old, by Zodiac SL. Well, certainly stepping into the water. That's not taking off of that water as crisply or as smartly as the rider may have wanted. And the second element of that double going down as well. And over that final fence to finish, so well done to Verily Bartolsen Northon and Vertige de Belleba. 12 faults it is, the 4 from yesterday, and then the foot in the water and the roll pole from today, giving a total of 12 jumping penalties for their 2 rounds so far. So the German team sees Franca Clementine Crowley forwards aboard Karim van Orchides. Well, another 2 carry forwards, just 4 faults from yesterday, that 1 roll pole from yesterday's first qualifying competition. Karim van Orchides, owned by Franca Clementine Crowley herself and also Simone Crowley. Certainly took a leap at that blue and white oxer. Absolutely picking over the 3 elements of the treble. Saw the stride and got it. Result was very, very good over number 6. And I think they were fine at the water as well. Again, saw the forward stride. Took off a little early, but nevertheless, a leap that I think saw them safely negotiate the water. Well, some vocal encouragement. Karim van Orchides, just another to push out the top pole of the first element of that double. Magnificent over that final fence. So 12 it is. 12 it is for Franca Clementine Crowley and Karim van Orchides. And we're with Switzerland once again, as Elsa Krettinger brings forward her own Blackjack du Bon Beef. 12-year-old by Karnak. Well, as we've already seen, pulling hard into the upright after the water. We've seen that with a few ponies this morning, a number. Really pulling hard into the double. And unfortunately, the resulting top bar of the first element going off, coming away from the cuts. So 24 penalties it is so far for the first two rounds for Elsa Grattinger and Blackjack du Bombif. 3 members of the Swiss team, or a Swiss team made up of 3, I should say. So each nation needing at least 3 members to make up a team, and those that have more than 3 have 5, some with 5, some with 3. Well, now with a clean sheet from yesterday, Olivia Dressler and aboard Yasmin's Holly for Denmark. Well, we're looking forward to another really good round from this combination, because they were second in the first qualifying competition yesterday. They were clear in 69.54. The podium all under the 70-second mark in that single round against the clock. Scandinavia filling the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places in the top 5. Racing into fence number 6. You can see how good this pony is against the clock, because it really does move forward and yet manages to glide over these fences and clear some of these fences just with millimeters to spare. Well, I'm saying that, maybe that was just a bridge too far, moving in towards, at speed, the first element of that double. First of those rustic uprights going down. So it is just the 4 faults, the first element of that double going down. Olivia Dressler and Yasmin Holly. Another super round, but 4 it is for this combination for Denmark to carry forwards to their second team final round. Well, just a reminder that all 54 to come again in the second of the 2 rounds for this team final for the European Championships for Ponies, show jumping final. It will be a slightly different course, as called earlier, for the second round, designed by Quentin Pernet and Jean-Pierre Monod. And we're actually with our host nation once again, as the upright goes. And we're with Lou and Barreau and Ungaro of Cacophony. Well, this is a combination who did extremely well in Streghome last year. They were individual fourth, just off the podium. A great result, nevertheless. And also the second element of the double going down. Well, as we were saying earlier, there always are fences that deliver more challenge than others, and that double is certainly doing that. Very cleverly designed by Quentin Pernet and Jean-Pierre Monod. No problem jumping it whatsoever. The horses encouraged to move forwards. They want to jump it, they lock onto it. But it is that challenge after the triple bar of asking the ponies to come back and wait with their hindquarters underneath them, with the impulsion to take them cleanly over the two elements of the rustics at that double. Well, now for Ireland. He certainly has a clean sheet from yesterday. He won a combination who won the first qualifying competition in superb style. For Ireland, James Derwin and Rinkula Babog. They are the reigning European champions, winning that gold medal in Streghome last year. James Derwin aboard the Irish Sport Horse Stallion. Rinkula Babog. Rinkula Babog, 12 years old, by the great show jumper and superb show jumping of Sport Horse sire, Louidum, who is increasingly siring top class event horses as well. And as the rider of one of Louidum's offspring, I know just how fabulous his offspring are. James Derwin and Ricola Babog. They come to the final fence. Smartly, neatly over. World-class performance once again from the defending champion, James Derwin, aboard the Irish Sport Horse Stallion, Ricola Babog. Nothing to add also from this first round, the first of the two rounds of the team championship. Quite superb. Well, we were saying earlier just how strong the Irish are looking. They were quite spectacular at Streghome last year, both in the show jumping and in the eventing. And that is how it is starting to look, certainly for this show jumping. But there is a long, long way to go. But everything looking good so far for the Irish individuals and teams. Well, I was just waiting until this combination for Sweden came over that treble, which they have done terrifically well, and also the upright. Helga THO for Sweden, ridden by Matilda Hansen. Well, jumped that double as well as anybody today. Brilliant riding. Well, what a shame that final fence going down. Such a shame. They all have to be jumped, unfortunately. Matilda Hansen and Helga THO. That was, well, it was a very, very good round. And it was looking like one of the rounds of the day, and still is. But unfortunately, that 4 faults, courtesy of that rolled pole at that final fence, really splendid to see the pair after the triple bar coming back and jumping, and Helga THO jumping the 2 elements of that double with such a great shape. Well, now for the Netherlands, the next combination forwards. Yves Priem, a member of the Dutch team last year, the Dutch team who were 3rd in Stregholm, aboard Zaffarano VH Gehucht Z. Well, gave that plank a bit of a rub, but it stays, and deserved to stay because the fluency of their movement down towards that fence 6 was excellent. Yeah. Great harmony between these two over the double, and unfortunately just popping the front rail of that oxer forwards and out of its cuts. Well, you could just see the disappointment on Yves Priem's face there. Not a super round, but it is 8 faults for the 2 rounds, the one from yesterday and the round just completed, for the Dutch combination of Yves Priem and Zaffarano VH Gehucht Z. Well, now the final combination forwards for Great Britain in this first of the 2 rounds of this team final. And into the arena, Isabel Rogers aboard Neil 55. Isabel, who was a member of the British team in Stregholm last year. And this combination who had a great win in the, or Isabel on a different pony had a great win at the in the Pony Show Jumper of the Year qualifier at Bicton Arena at their summer pony premiere. They bring forwards just the 4 faults from yesterday's first qualifying competition. Eleven-year-old gelding, Neil 55. Nicola Rogers owning, Isabella Rogers in the saddle. Excellent. The line of 4, 2 separate fences. While also jumping the water, and then that going forward to the run towards the upright as well as anybody this morning. Really airborne over the triple bar. That was a wonderful round of show jumping for Isabella Rogers and Neil 55 for Great Britain. Just what Great Britain wanted. 4 it is from yesterday. Nothing to add today. So Isabella Rogers and Neil 55 with that 4 penalties to take forwards to the 2nd round of this team pony show jumping final. Well, just 4 left to come forwards in the first of the 2 rounds in this show jumping team final. And the first of the 4, Robin Vermeer for Belgium, aboard Crystal Sparkle van Beggeveld. 17-year-old mare. Nothing to add from yesterday. Can they give us our next double clear? Certainly looking very promising as they take fences 5 and 6. Wonderful over the water. Well, we should never forget just how brilliant these pony and rider combinations, all these ponies and rider combinations are over these metre 30 fences. Clear all the way for Robin Vermeer and Crystal Sparkle van Beggeveld for Belgium. Another terrific round for Belgium, this time for Robin Vermeer and Crystal Sparkle van Beggeveld. Well, now the final combination forwards in this first round for Italy. We welcome forwards another mare. This time the 10-year-old Maddalena. Maddalena brought forward by Enrico Santoni. Owned by Daria Accordi. The chestnut mare skipping over that blue and white. Oxa at 4. Now left towards the treble at 5. Just gave the back roll a bit of a rub in the first element. And our Italian rider just saying, just whoa a little bit. These thrilling ponies, and their enthusiasm never fails to amaze us. Well, this time just running on a little too much, and the second element of the double going up, down the rustic top rail on the floor, and also unfortunately the front rail of the Oxa at 12, the final fence. So 28 in total for Enrico Santoni and Maddalena. Well, Italy with a full complement of 5 pony and rider combinations here at Le Mans for these Pony European Championships. So 2 left to go as our combination for Norway is now before us. This is Shannon's Joy, ridden by Julie Arabot Sky. Well, they had a good round yesterday in that first competition, yesterday morning, the first qualifying competition. Well, that a fence we haven't seen go down. Now, just as I was just going to talk about the treble, the fence is still in place. Just touch the front of the front of that plank, Shannon's Joy. So we come again. Yeah, and we've seen this a little bit. The pony's just needing to have a look, something kept catching, not sure about the fence, or just catching something out of the corner of the eye. But once again, the maturity of our pony riders, who are aged between 12 and 16, really coming to the fore. Just asking the ponies to move forward confidently, but with purpose, and once again a pony just popping neatly and happily over a fence. Ooh. Well, as I say that, another stop, and unfortunately 2 stops is elimination, and also the horse and rider, the Pony Rider Parting Company, also an elimination. And that unfortunately the case for Julie Arabotskaya for Norway and Shannon's Joy. But there will be another day. There always is. So now our final combination forwards for this first round in the show jumping team final. And bringing forwards a score from yesterday of 19. Leona Asman aboard Hanky Fax H. Germany, who were 5th last year as a team at Stregholm. Hanky Fax H, owned by Leona herself, bred by Ralph Gunther Hanken. Well, both the first 2 elements of the treble going down, not really fences we've seen go down this morning. And also the top rail of that upright at 6. For Hanky Fax H. Extremely well recovered by this combination. Hanky Fax H taking a stride out almost there at the triple bar. But Leone composed, and in a rhythm they continued. So well done to Leone Asman and Hanky Fax H. Well, they finish their round from yesterday and the first of the 2 rounds of this team final on 47. 47 it is. So we'll have a look very shortly at the team standings after the first of the 2 rounds of this show jumping final for ponies here at the European Championships. But let's just first of all have a look at what's going to happen now. For the second round of the show jumping final this morning here at Le Mans, we will continue to have 12 numbered fences, and we will continue to have 15 jumping efforts. But the difference will be that the water will be taken out, and as a result of the water being taken out, it means we will have a new number 7, and it will be a new oxer, and different oxer at 7, and therefore we will need a new number 8, and it will be a different upright at number 8. But that will be the those will be the only differences, and as called, we will continue with 12 numbered jumps and 15 jumping efforts. Well, let's have a look at these team scores. Well, how strong the Irish look once again, the Irish team, as individuals and as a team. And they sit at the top of the jumping team classification at the moment, with clear rounds all the way, but with one drop score from those who have gone. It obviously makes no difference because they're all clear anyway, but it means that 3 scores, 0 penalties for this morning and from yesterday. Ireland sit at the top of the team classifications with a score of no penalties. Sweden are in second place, courtesy of a drop score this morning of 8, and then to count an 8 faults, a 4 faults and a clear round. So Sweden, with nothing to add from yesterday and 12 today, are in second place. Then the Netherlands, joint second place, also on 12, courtesy today of 4, 4 and 4, with a drop score of 16, nothing to add from yesterday. Then in fourth place, Belgium, with 3 scores counting of 16 and then a clear and a clear, so a total of 16. Then in fourth place, Great Britain, with a drop score of 12, and scores to count of 8, 4 and 0, 8, 4 and 0. Then in equal fourth place, also on 8, that's 4 from yesterday, a 4 and a 4 from today, and also a clear from today. France in fourth place, equal with Great Britain. Then in seventh place, Germany, with 4 to add or to carry forwards from yesterday, and then the scores to count from today, an 8, a 4 and a 4. And then Denmark, 4 to carry forwards from yesterday, 24 from today. 3 Danish riders, so all 3 making up the team. A 12, an 8 and a 4 score making up the 24 for today. Then in ninth place, Italy, with scores of 8, 8 and 12 to count from today, to add to the 20 carried forwards from yesterday. And then Switzerland, well, unfortunately, with the elimination this morning, it means that with a team of just 3, they do not have 3 riders to make up scores, and that is the same situation for Norway as well.
The first rider to go for the second one at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. for the first rider to go for the second one of the semi-final for the European Championship for Ponies. 15h, 15h, le début de la deuxième manche pour ce championnat d'Europe Ponies et cette finale par équipe. Pour le moment, l'Irlande est avec un score vierge, Suède, Pays-Bas en 2 à 12 points et en 4, France, Grande-Bretagne, Belgique à 16 points.
t'envoyer de bain?
Tu me connais, non?
Hein?
Ouais, c'est construit que je vais faire fureur.
C'est ça le problème, ouais. Bah quoi?
Par contre, tu pourrais quand même remarquer que
Que tu es bien chaussé.
je suis bien chaussé, Joël.
Ouais, puis t'es dans la flotte, là.
35 ans que tu me chausses, Joël.
35 ans. Ouais, c'est ça. 35 ans.
Je dirais même
La
peut-être
dernière
40.
fois, ils ont annulé les postes tellement ça avait été dur.
40 ans, Joël Alper.
Alper? Yo?
Arzo.
Il faut prendre un balai pour enlever les trous. Et la pente, si ça tombe dans l'autre sens, ça s'habitue. Par contre, on voit que la piste est belle, parce que avant ça venait ici. Là, elle est bien plate et tout. Avant, la piste était pas faite. Ils ont monté là, ils ont descendu là-bas, c'est pas super.
15h, 1h30.
Putain, il y en a combien qui sont là?
16h.
Ouais, j'imagine. Et t'en veux pas une autre paire là bientôt?
Comment est-ce que tu vas faire des dépenses?
Bon, si ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas vu. Ça, ça s'appelle de l'agression commerciale. C'est quand le mec qui bosse pas. Bon, je crois pas que je vais bosser. Tu descends? Manu, tu descends?
Stop time for the second one due to the weather at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. due to the weather for the start time for the second one of the European Championship for Ponies. Le départ décalé ici pour la deuxième manche de cette finale par équipe pour le championnat d'Europe Poney, décalé à 16 heures en raison des conditions météorologiques. 16 heures pour le premier partant en piste de la deuxième manche de cette finale par équipe à l'occasion de ce championnat d'Europe Poney. L'ouverture de la piste à la reconnaissance à l'occasion de la deuxième manche de cette finale par équipe des championnats d'Europe Ponies. Reconnaissance ouverte. The court is open for the second one for the final game of the European Championship for Ponies. First rider to go at 4.
thing about time is that it comes and goes. Tomorrow will make today a distant memory, and as quick as you were here, you'll be gone. What's in front of you is an opportunity to make right now something you'll never forget. You have the ability to write history, to create a story that will live with you forever. Think back to all the days leading up to today, all the training, the hours of preparation, the pain you felt. They have brought you to this moment. They are the armor that you wear. Right now is about execution. It's about taking all those hours and turning them into the best version of yourself. Today is about being better